Michael Lunderman,
Here.
Fremont Fallis, Tanel Blackfeather, Bill Marshall, Wayne Frederick, Eileen Schott,
Eileen?
Here.
Martha Blue Thunder, Sherry Wright Plank, Norman Running Senior,
Here.
Pamela Kilsenwater,
Here.
Raymond Croigo,
Here.
Dara Ayat, Donna Hollowhorn Bear, Dwight Spotted Tail.
Oh.
15.
Well, we had some folks called in, need to be excused today. Wayne Fredericks, Paul, Donna Howlhorn Bear, Michael Lundgren, tomorrow. And Martha Blue Thunder, Neil, Blackfeather, and Deer Eye. So we need a motion to excuse those people. Okay. Micah has moved. Is there a second? Norman? Question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Eileen,
Eileen?
Yes.
13.
Okay, Council, we need to back up just a moment here. Fremont, could you do a prayer?
Ake ampeto astu yako wopila hechalo tukachela. Ana lewana ampeto ke lewana o minichon ki akti ke le tukachela. Le ampeto ke wana o prenista kuki mongla kakta hechi tukachela. Hena wo kachnere unichila pelo tukachela. Hechelo keja hena wo pregana taya Yesu taya ungelon chipelo tukachela. Ana kele ampeto ke Dono hina jukele trunkashela wo kiena we chozane waste unichila pelo trunkashela hena unshia ho alo ho mitako yase
Hey ha yo, hey hey yo, hey ha yo, hey yo ho, hey ha yo, he yo, hey hey oi, hong ka shela ya fe, hama pa ke na, oh hey ha ke shi lai na ji lo, hey hey hey. Ayo la te wa o ya de ki ha yo we chi cha mi cha cha le cha mu e lo yo ai lo o lama.
Council, we need to approve our agenda. Is there any additions or changes to our agenda? Council, we have some guests here this morning. I think they were, had met with Land and Natural on Monday, and they referred them here. So we'll need to add them to the agenda. Mr. Lemoyne Lapointe, and working with the Water Coalition. They met with Land and Natural and were referred here, so we need to add them to our agenda. Maybe up at the top near the constitutional officers, so we could maybe hear from them and let them go on their merry way. So if we could put them kind of up before the officers' report. So Lemoyne, what do you call your group?
Miniki Wakhan.
Okay, is there any other additions? Pam, did you have something?
I was gonna move to approve the agenda.
Wayne?
Like it, 5 minutes, council time before you start.
Sure.
Hold on here.
Okay. All right, to approve our agenda, were you moving, Pam? Second by Steve? Question by Lisa? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0. Not voting, 1.
Motion carried. Okay, we'll get right into our agenda. We'll have
1, 0, 1.
have Lemoyne come up and he wants to do a brief report. And Wayne, you want to do yours first?
Just a couple minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
Council, good morning. Yeah, have a good rest. Good day today. But, I'm asked the council to provide me with a list of who all wants to attend the meeting with the secretary on the 21st, and who all you think we should invite. I have to send a list out with the names and positions in advance, so who all wants to attend and who all you want to invite, you know, whether the superintendent or whoever. Let me know so I can get the names out there in advance. That's right.
Thank you, Wayne. Okay. Lemoyne, would you like to come up and address the council?
We have some information that we want to distribute to you, and my son Thorne will bring that around and pass this information out to you regarding a water summit that we're currently working on called Miniki Wakakan. In 2019, we approached the council here for support. We received support in 2019 for that water summit. After 2019, as we all know, the pandemic happened, and it really put a stopper to our water summit. But now that it's kind of subsided a little bit, we're planning again already on hosting that water summit on August 16th and 17th in Rapid City at the Monument Center downtown. And my son, Thorne, and Lakia, who was here Monday, but he had to go home, are the coordinators of the conference. And in our initial conference, we had over 125 participants. And a lot of them were from this state, but also from different parts of the nation. We also had participants from New Zealand and Canada. I think 2 provinces in Canada also participated in that water summit. So as we're going along, and after this information is distributed to you, my son is going to provide you with a presentation on this request that we have here at the council. But before we start, I'd like to let you know that who my parents are. My father is Laverne Lapointe. He's from a community that's kind of been extinguished, I guess, as far as the tribal council is concerned, back in 1956. It's called Little Crow's Camp. It's northeast of Oak Creek, maybe about 10 miles. That's where we were born and raised, in this community. My father's mother was Elizabeth Ringing Shield. Sometimes they go by the name of Radley Shield. And she married Albert Lapointe. My mother's name is Adeline Broken Days Lapointe. She's originally from Harmony Community. My uncles, her brothers are Noah, Simon, Leslie, Wilson. Those are my mother's brothers, relatives from Harmony side. And we're currently living in St. Paul, Minnesota. But we're planning on moving home. But right now it's kind of difficult to find housing. So we're really in the process of designing and building our own home. So that's one of the options that we're pursuing right now. And we're hoping that other opportunities arise to when housing emerges. But I want to thank all of you for giving us the floor and giving us an opportunity to present what it is that we're going to do on August 16th and 17th in Rapid City. A lot of information that you're receiving is contained what it is we're going to do, but we also have a website. It's called minikiwakan.com. It will take you to this proceedings of the 2019 summit that was held in Rapid City. And it has a lot of videotape and written information and other things that you can find on that particular website.
So he could go.
You ready? Okay, with that, I'm going to turn this over to my son Thorne, who's going to provide your presentation on Minikiwakan.
Thank you, Council Sewofila, for putting us on the agenda for today. You know, we had met with the Land and Natural Resources Committee Monday, and it provided us valuable feedback and really helped us bring, I guess, key insights. How to better our presentation today. So I want to really say thank you to that committee as well. So today, we're going to do a presentation on Minikiwakan, Indigenous Water Decade. We were here in 2019, as my Ate had said, and we're coming back this time around. Though you helped us really start it in 2019, unfortunately the pandemic shut it down for these years, so we're trying to re-jump-start it again in a good way. So Minikiwakan, I handed you 3 papers, and one of them I have the About Us, the history, and our theory of change, a research project we carried out with Indigenous researcher to really, where we interviewed with a lot of our past participants of the summit, as well as our co-conveners and planners, really helped to develop a theory of change for our work, what it is we do, why we do it, and through what ways. And also the way back history. And you'll have another paper, this, which is essentially our letter, our primary ask for today. And we have our budget for the Minikiwakan Summit. So a little bit now about the Indigenous Water Decade. Again, my name is Thorne Lapointe. It's an honor to be here today. The Minikiwakan Indigenous Water Decade idea came about in 2015 in the land of Neshotamakoche, Minnesota. It was an idea that was brought about in our community conversation. The Made Makasta community conversations. And it was brought about by Indigenous youth, elders, and community members. And the idea was, how can we convene a place for our community, particularly for our youth? And the idea was to develop a summit. And we said we will call it Niki Waka, Water is Sacred. It's not just the name of a summit, but it's the original mandate, the lands. It's an original instruction to many indigenous peoples around the world. And so it would be intergenerational summit that will be community led and youth centered. So that was the focus of our summit. And it was to create collective wisdom and intelligence of our communities to where everyone has a voice, the way of community conversation. And from that, model, we took it to the United Nations in 2016, and we announced it on the floor. And we invited indigenous peoples, members of the United Nations, relevant agencies, particularly youth and allies that were attendants there at the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues in New York. That was our first announcement. We held the first summit in 2017. And from there, it took off, leading up to 2019, where we wanted to bring it back home, the land of the Lakota, as well as other tribes in this region. See, it was our past participants, particularly our elders and our youth, that said, they challenged us in a beautiful challenge, and they said, how do we take all this stuff about human rights, all these things you're talking about, and how do we bring that back down to the ground level? And it was a good challenge because it allowed us to really step back and to really think about it. See, how do we install such human rights, particularly around water? And the field of water justice is inherently vast. So the only way we could really rise to meet and address this field was together. And so we, in 2019, brought together the summit. And it was during that time we approached the council. The council supported our summit for that year, endorsed us, and gave us $25,000 to really start it. So this time around, we are coming back full circle again, 2022. And we're asking the council if they could endorse the summit again this year. The supportive partnership as one ask, and the other ask would be for $30,000 of support to help us start this summit. And this supportive partnership, we hope, would be a 2-year partnership because we realized that we wanted to deepen and broaden our relationship with the Chichanku Nation. But it would take time, so we planned that maybe 2 years would be a good time for us in that supportive partnership to really touch base with the relevant departments who are working around water and who may want to participate in our summit and vice versa in many ways and see what way we can also participate. So this would be our ask for today. And again, this is a community-led but youth-centered. And this is a place that we want our young people to really have so they can really develop their skills, their leadership skills. And in the theory of change, this was some of our work that we put together with the researchers. The purpose of Maniki Wakan Summit strategic programming through the years to mobilize indigenous peoples, youth, and elders to proactively innovate, boldly articulating the rich sovereignty of indigenous worldviews, wisdom, and transformative visions through advocacy, education, and alliances that inform policy, governance, sustainability, and support indigenous communities ultimately to advance indigenous water rights and water justice for all. So this is some of our work. And in the back of this, you will also see on page 3, starting at page 2, continue on to page 3 is our current projects. But you have a context of the current projects that we currently have underway at this moment. And so, as well as our partnerships here, and as well as more partnerships to be announced as we continue to reach out, particularly to our indigenous youth and Shichanku youth specifically. Right now, so far, we have reached out to Tokala and Agio, who will be a part of our planning team, as well as helping us to pull together a summit with brilliant ideas. It's very powerful that we have them with us because I heard of their work and their accomplishments, and it was awe-inspiring. So we're very honored to have them. Some of our partners are on the back, such as Cultural Survival, International Rights Magazine, Indigenous Rights Magazine, Black Hills Clean Water Alliance, Thunder Valley CDC, Balanagio, and other partners to be announced. Keynotes will be Dr. Kelsey Leonard, water scientist and policy expert, legal scholar, and as well as Victor DeVille and others to come. So we are trying to bring together and really imagine how do we study water, honor water, interact with water, and not just in terms of waterworks or utilities, but our zoning, but culturally, educationally, and to create a succession plan for the next generation, and look at projects, with our youth here for the long run, and hence our 2-year endorsement to help broaden and deepen that relationship and exploration and discovery of many ways that we could body forth these dreams and visions into policies, priorities, and actionable programs for the next generation. And, hopefully to really start that conversation. So with that, that is a little synopsis of our summit. My brother would have loved to have been here today, but there was another critical meeting as well. But we came just for the main ask of 2-year endorsement, which will include a supportive partnership, as well as the second one, 30-year, $30,000 funding from the tribe to help start this effort. The work is just now getting started. So with that, I will conclude that segment and leave it open. Questions, comments?
Treasurer has a question. Go ahead, Stephen.
Good morning, Council and Administration. Thank you for coming and for providing your content. I think with the budgeting period coming up and the budgets being submitted and received by the Finance Department, it would be smart of us to take the budget request back to Budget and Finance Committee to add it into the next fiscal year's budget. We currently do not have a donation dollar amounts available of this size in the current fiscal year's budget. So I think it would be smart of us to consider the request at the next Budget and Finance meeting. That is just my opinion. Thank you.
Any other questions? Russell?
You are to what kind of picture you got? These young men came to Planet Natural on Monday, and we did also recommend that we approach Budget and Finance because that is the protocol. But since they're here in town, we offered them some advice about getting with water resources because we are part of a Great Plains water line. And I asked them if they could coordinate something together, make it into a situation where we're networking. We also encourage them to meet with our Ocala and RGO in terms of leadership because these young people are learning skills too. And, we have many issues regarding water. And we did share some of that, but we're right in the middle of something here, especially with the Minnesota or Missouri River. So there are things that we are working on, and it would be good to network together. You know, the idea of combining effort. And so that was our recommendation, that they wanted to address. So, I believe, I don't know, did they change that here the last 24 hours? Where we're having budget and finance on Friday? Or is that still on, or was I dreaming about it? But it is a good concept, and I'm really proud of these young people. You know, they feel like these young people are really good with words, and they're really far advanced in terms of terminology and addressing. You know, for a common Lakota like me, you know, I'm usually right to the point and deal with it, but it's really a broader concept that you're working on, and it's a good start. And so that's why they're here today or this morning. With that, that's kind of my comment for the in reference to this, because we had a conversation about it in Land and Natural.
We have a question, a comment, Jordan?
Good morning. Thank you for coming. Thank you for all your work that you've done so far. My recommendation to budget and finance is maybe to see if we could use some loss of revenue money for that. But you guys have a meeting on Friday, so you guys can discuss that there, but that would just be my recommendation, so that way we're not having to use donations if we're going into like a partnership.
Yeah, and I think, can I answer?
Sure.
That's one of the suggestions we made was, you know, maybe they can correlate or coordinate with the Great Plains Water Alliance, to maybe if they can coordinate something together, you know, and you're going to see a lot of our reservation coming to that meeting too, you know, so they can combine it and work together. That'd really be awesome. So that's one of the things we're looking at. And we asked Syed Huck to contact his counterparts and get some definite dates, timelines, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Any more questions, comments? Otherwise, we'll refer them to budget and finance for possible funding on Friday. So, Pam?
Good morning, council administration. I guess one of my questions is, even for budget and finance, if you could bring some kind of information as far as what all you guys have been doing, more of a detailed, how many of our, I've seen on one of these, it says that Tocala Ignacio is part of your youth group. Can you kind of give some information during that time as far as what, you know, how they've been involved, what are some of the things that they have done in assisting? Has there been any kind of draft for the state or even for Washington to legislate on? If we could get some kind of information as far as that sort of stuff, I would like to see that during the budget and finance meeting. Thank you.
Anybody else? Questions, comments? If not, Thorne will send it on to budget and finance on Friday and see what we can do, I guess. Okay? Sure, Thorne.
Again, I want to say, welcome, especially to the Land and Natural Resources Committee, for really valuable feedback that they provided to us on Monday. And let them know that feedback doesn't fall on deaf ears, that we take all the feedback and input seriously. And we hope to start this effort in a good way. So we thought it would be meaningful to come back home to our council, this land, to really start this effort, particularly one that is community-led and youth-centered. And so to also comment on the last comment, the work is just now getting started, so we have not yet waded into the heavy areas of forming policy. We are just now starting those conversations now. We will have some of our first meetings with the youth council here, as well as we're reaching out to other youth councils very, very soon to really begin that conversation and planning. So once again, thank you so much for hearing us today. And again, we love to visit. It's a tradition our father taught us to visit with our relatives. So if you want to talk about this as well, maybe have some ideas, maybe you want to join in, we're open to visiting as well. So with that,
I'd just like to say thank you for giving this opportunity to present to you today. It's often, particularly like in 2019, we're proud to say that we're from the Sioux Nation. We let the participants know that. We let them know that we had the support of our community in that particular summit. And we really appreciate your support in this next endeavor as we continue this process again. And hopefully this process is not disrupted again by a pandemic, but because we've got 4 more years left. This is this year, and then 3 more after that until we complete that decade of water. And our efforts have not gone unheeded. One of the examples that I give you is that in the United Nations, we made a recommendation for an indigenous water study. And this past year, the new special rapporteur made an announcement that there would be an indigenous water study conducted at the United Nations level. So even at that level, there's often an opportunity for our community-based efforts to be heard. And we'd like to really make this a cooperative effort that's complementary to everything that we do here on our homeland as well. But we really find that what we've heard from young people has been really eye-opening. Some of the themes that we heard, particularly from the Canadian participants, was their use of water. In their homes, there was still boiling water. And they'd have to go to a store and buy all the water. They've been doing this for years. So many of our participants in Rapid City in 2019 never knew about that, never heard about it. But a lot of these kinds of issues are still occurring today. So it hasn't been resolved, these water issues that are going on. And, it's estimated that by, I think, around 40, that even the Missouri River here in this state would diminish almost completely. So we're in a situation where it's really imperative that our communities engage one another in this conversation around water, particularly, for example, a customary use of water. And I think that is an element of the conversation that really needs to be heard, because it enriches who we are today and where we think we're going to go tomorrow. So with that, I'd like to say thank you, and maybe give us this time to go around and shake their hands and say thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Don. Thanks, Lamont. Good to see you again. Yep.
Good to see you, buddy.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll continue with the agenda. First one on the agenda is the constitutional officers. I see someone from the Bureau of Indian Affairs is here. I don't know if our superintendent's gonna be here today or not. Didn't get a chance to contact her, so. What's that? Dean, I guess Dean will be here, so. We'll start out with my report. I don't have a whole lot this month. I do have a few items that I need to present to the council and get approval on. The first one is we were talking about for a few council meetings now about the 105 leasing as far as working with the BIA to be able to do the 105 leasing to build some type of buildings, new courthouse, new police department, justice center, and roads department, and a few other projects that we might be able to do that. We're trying to start that project process now. So we're trying to develop an office, a 105 leasing office out of Consolidated Tribal Government Programs. And I got a resolution today to do that. So if I can pass that out, we'll let you look at it. It needs to be brought on as emergency legislation. Talk about that a little bit, Wayne, about this office that's being created. Yeah. Okay. Council, what you got in front of you is a resolution to approve Office of 105 leasing. I'll let Wayne here explain a little bit about what we're going to do with that and how we're going to work with the BIA to create this office, to have that communication going back and forth to each other so we can get the process going.
Morning again, council. Again, I think I was here last month explaining, it's called Section 105L leasing. It's a part of the 93-638 law that was passed years ago. And we're just now recently taking advantage of it because it never has been funded. But what that does is it allows tribal governments to lease back facilities to the federal government that house 638 programs. So what we're doing now is the council authorized us to use some direct contract support funds to do some design work for a new justice center, a new police department, and a new road maintenance building. So we've got that going, and so we've hired an engineer out of Cuba Institute, been the Humsa's partner, to help us with the engineering side of this 105 leasing. Because in addition to the new buildings, which we have to design, finance, build, and once we take occupancy of it, the federal government will pay off our mortgage plus give us money to operate it. In addition to that, any existing facilities that we have that we house 638 programs, we can then ask the federal government to give us a lease for the spaces that we required for those programs. Not only lease, but operating money to maintain them. So this engineer is going to help us with that process for JDC, adult corrections, and St. Francis School.
Wayne, treasurer has a question for you. Go ahead, Stephen.
Wayne, I have a question about the new office. I know that there are leasing clerks currently at the bureau, and I know that they are furloughed. Are those different than this?
Yeah, the leasing clerks at the BIA work for the BIA. These people will work for the tribe. They will administer this program. They will collect the lease, make sure that our payments are made, and keep the flow going. Because once we're in the program, once we have a contract signed for the buildings, then we can take, I think it's up to 10% of that for administration fees. So that 10% then would permanently fund this office.
Okay, and then one further question. So I know that we have the offices in the annex building. Are they paying rent like this? And would this office facilitate that? Because I know that that was the plan, right?
Yeah. The annex building, Game Fish and Parks building, and the education office. We built those on our own, similar to this program here. We used our own direct contract support funds to pay for those. We borrowed the money from Bank of the West, built them, and then each month our direct contract support money pays for those leases. But now the federal government has funded them on Section 105 leasing, so we don't have to do that anymore. We just contract with them to do what we already do. So that's the plan, and we've got it in place where we're hope to hire an architect here in the next week or two. We've got an engineer on board. We should be getting a resolution shortly to pass to the Section 105 leasing people, put them on notice that we're going to list these buildings. So we're moving ahead with it. Moving ahead.
Any questions? If not, I need somebody to bring this on as emergency legislation. Lisa? Need a second? Pam? Question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
15,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
170?
170?
To approve 2022-170.
Need a second? Pam? Go ahead.
So the third whereas pursuant to the 25 CFR 900 or 0.12, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe will submit the annual funding agreement for the following PL 93-638 Indian self-determination contracts and grants for fiscal year 2023. And whereas the PL 93-638 Indian self-determination contracts are identified below to include Office 105 L leasing. Whereas the fiscal year 2022 funding is not finalized between the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe will be operating with fiscal year 2022 carryover funding on a continuing resolution for fiscal year 2023 for all PL 93-638 Indian self-determination contracts until the fiscal year 2023 is finalized. And therefore be it resolved that Chongbu Resource Development is submitting the FY 2023 annual funding agreement between the BIA or agreement budgets to the BIA on July 1st, 2022 on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or the designated official to sign and execute all pertinent applications, contracts, and documents thereof.
Okay, any more questions or comments? Russell?
Will we be getting a copy of our proposed budget prior to July 1st?
Yep, we'll do that. Okay, we'll get that. Any more questions?
Just one further comment, Mr. Chair. The budget period for us to receive them is, has been extended to the 10th. So based on what is written in the accounting manual, due to the holidays that we have had recently and the closures of the tribe, we have made the extension. So that has been communicated, but just so that this office budget is inclusive of what's submitted for the contract.
Okay, we need a question. Steve, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Online, Eileen? Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1, 1401.
Motion carried. Okay, the next thing I have on my report is I want to talk a little bit about the Secretary of Treasury, Janet Yellen, visiting on the Rosebud on the 21st of this month. We had a meeting last week to talk a little bit how we're going to get a agenda or itinerary together to show you guys what's going to happen during that day. And so this is kind of a draft itinerary that was passed out to you. We're going to have another meeting tomorrow to make sure we get it right. And then we're going to have on the 15th and 16th, we're going to have a few representatives from the Secretary's office visit to finalize our plans for her visit. So as you can see, it's kind of it's a draft itinerary, but that's kind of what it's going to look like. We kind of want to start out with maybe a council meeting where she comes and she's introduced to everybody, and we kind of talk about some of our stuff that we have, and we're going to take her on a visit, and she wants to see some cultural activities. So I did put together Secretary of Treasury visit budget, and that's in front of you too. And I would like that one to be approved today, if possible. Cher, and then Lisa.
Is this 1,000 another line item, or is it a typo?
Where'd you see that at? Oh, that's supposed to be 10,000.
That's what I was.
Supposed to be 10,000.
Sure, that's the total.
I have a question, also, Mr. Chair. The gift line item, what does the gifts entail?
We're gonna have blankets and some other gifts that we're gonna exchange. We gotta be careful about what we can give her though, because she can't accept personal gifts or anything. Anything that she takes in probably has to be displayed in her office, so it's kind of a rule that they have, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We got a budget for the entertainment. What's that? Lisa, go ahead.
Good morning, council and administration. Are they going to be staying at our casino?
I don't know.
So I was just looking at the agenda here, and are we going to have a little bit more of a, I don't know, have a little bit more input on her as to what our needs are? You know, maybe we can ask for such things as to set more money aside for larger tribes, so we don't have to essentially share it with the smaller tribes, you know, how it's been going. And then even like with our grants, we could probably ask that we don't have to do match grants the way we've been doing.
I think we're gonna
Have anybody that are looking at those type of issues.
we're gonna develop some talking points for her visit when she comes, so we'll all have something in front of us that we can actually talk about our needs and stuff down here. Maybe some of the changes that she can help us with.
Because the agenda items are pretty good, but I don't know if there, you know, anything that she could specifically help us with, anything on a couple of those areas, but, so she'll just be here on the day of the 21st.
On the 21st, and she's here from 1 o'clock to 8 o'clock, so.
And then if she comes in to discuss remarks, will that be from 11 to 12:45?
Yep. It will.
Okay. So is this agenda can it still be amended or?
Still amended, it's just a very draft itinerary, so.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the budget of $10,000 to be taken out of loss of revenue.
Okay, motion by Lisa, second by Pam. Question by Steve. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Online, Eileen?
Chairman, we're out of the office.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1, 1401.
Motion carried. Russell, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think I'll run up what Lisa said. We really have to do a presentation on substance. Too many times, they look at, for example, the monies that they give to the Bureau to give out to the tribes or give out to Indian Health Service and then distributing that out to all the tribes, or even the state of South Dakota. When the government, MET, for example, when there's grants that are available, they give it out to the state of South Dakota and then they distribute that back to the tribes. That kind of system, it's never has worked for us. And I think we need to be well versed and have something of substance or paper trail to give to her because, it's always been, when a dollar leaves the Washington DC, by the time it comes to the people who need it, it's only 5 cents.
Yep.
Somebody picks it up, along the way, and so when it comes to the needy person, then it's hardly anything. So we should develop something like that. It's good that she's coming. I remember years back we hosted a FCC director, cabinet level person coming out of your commission, and one reason why he chose to come to a reservation was he wanted to get to a reservation that was close to Wall Drug. That was his whole concept of coming out into South Dakota with Wall Drug. And we never, he just, nothing really happened, as a result of his visit. But I would think that we should prepare ourselves. I don't know who's doing the coordination or who's doing the planning, but we got to throw some of these ideas around.
We'll try to have council, we'll try to have something, that we can, some type of talking points for you, and that would be included, Russell. Pam, and then Cher.
Chairman, on this, third one, the Kiawakala Housing Development. I guess my concern there is, our housing authority is very shortly funded. I kind of wonder why we're looking at what Redco developing. I would kind of like to see more of our own housing authority looked at in the shortage that we have in homes. And having to show that, we're looking at spending over half of or maybe a quarter, I guess I could say, of our monies from ARPA to look at, buying homes. So I think that, to me, our housing authority is more important than a chartered entity. Yeah, so I feel like we should, I think we should have more of our own housing authority brought up more than this Kiawakala.
When she wanted to come down here and we got word that she's coming, she wanted to look at things that we're having success at, and that was one of them that we thought we would bring up. So we'll also have a chance to tell her about our needs as well, but she wants to see some type of success as far as what we got going on with them. And we talked a little bit about the youth wellness center, and she also wanted to see that too, but we changed our mind on that, went in a different direction. So that's what we're going to have to explain to her why we can't showcase that one, but, those are the kind of things that she wanted to see, so.
Childcare would be a really
Yeah.
good one too,
Yeah.
because of the development now.
Okay, go ahead, Sheriff, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. I guess I just wanted to ask, would you like us to email you the questions that we would like to ask? So
That would be,
you can develop a framing.
sure, that would be good.
Okay.
Get your guys' ideas, so.
I think that would be really helpful. And, I guess the other concern on here is, I know we're going to talk about broadband, and it says pilot project. Could you explain that a little more? Because
That was just something that was thrown in where we're kind of predicting that we're gonna get that grant. And
That's what I was worried
we're
about.
kind of thinking that, but if we don't, then it won't go on there, so.
have something
We'll have
different
to,
there.
yeah.
Okay. And then, I guess, well, the other thing can wait. Thank you.
Okay, the next, Stan, did you have a question?
Housing. Like for purpose of practicing in school, in the department, the teacher state housing. Maybe
Yeah.
something in.
That would be something that we can probably request, okay? The other, Russell?
You know, are you gonna maybe kind of do a map or maybe on the screen how where our reservation boundaries and all the little communities? And maybe we should even take her to one of our small communities, just show her the distance and how we have to, you know, some of our communities don't have nothing.
Yeah.
And she needs to see that.
We're gonna continue our planning tomorrow at 3:00, so you guys are invited to show up. So we're planning to have a meeting at 3:00 tomorrow, so to continue our planning to add whatever we need. This itinerary is just for discussion purposes, you know, get new ideas. We're gonna develop it a little bit more, so.
Can an emphasis be placed on Oak Creek community?
Yeah. Pat?
And then if your meeting's tomorrow at 3:00, aren't we in council?
Yeah, I'm gonna let, I already talked to the vice about it. I said, if we have a meeting at 3:00, can he drive the bus tomorrow? He said yes, so.
For a fee.
I guess I want to know a little bit more also on this site visit for private home accessibility project. What is the intent with that? Or why is it only 30 minutes?
I don't know. Well, I'll talk about that tomorrow. I'll put that as a question, okay? That question mark. The other thing I have to report is a couple of meetings back, we talked about our gaming ordinance and maybe going through that and amending some of the parts in it. And we talked a little bit about maybe having Dana Hanna do that for us, along with one of our in-house attorneys, working together to try to make some amendments to our ordinance. And so we have a contract developed for Dana Hanna to do that. So I'll bring it back at sometime today or tomorrow for you guys to approve and let you look at it and you guys maybe can approve it. The other one is, I think you probably need to wait till the casino report, and we need to talk about a little bit about the compact update of the gaming compact. And I'm not familiar with it, but it was on my list for discussion to bring that, just to remind you that there's still a compact in place so that we're going through that process. But otherwise, that's all I have for this month. Willie and I attended Judge Marshall's going away dinner, or his retirement dinner on Friday, and it turned out really nice. They had a lot of friends. He had a lot of family there. a lot of his coworkers. So it turned out really nice, and we did a proclamation for him, so he was pretty happy with that, having his own day. So I just wanted to give a little report that it turned out pretty good. So, Russell.
Yes, Chairman, it's been about, I don't know, close to 3 weeks ago, we all did drug testing. What are the results of that, and is that gonna be published, or what's the holdup? I've been called, a few times asking, personally, if you need permission from me to advertise mine, I'm willing to give that, but it seemed like on the outside is where we're keeping it hush hush under the table. And we did that drug testing for a purpose, because we have been, basically accused of not doing anything with meth or drug. So where's that at? I guess what's the holdup?
I can tell you what exactly happened and how that came out, but I can't do it on the air, Russell. I can tell you that I'm not trying to hide anything or keep anything from the public. But there was something that happened in between that we probably need to talk about. But I can't talk about it on the air.
I have a question. Just about that, the acknowledgement forms that we signed, was that not acknowledging that it is public information? And I think that a few reps have kind of put that out there to the public, and along with Russell, I have no problem releasing my drug test results either, or discussing them on air. Thank you.
Pam?
I don't mean to change the subject. It sounds like this is gonna get to be a heated conversation, but, geez, I just lost what I was gonna talk about. Too heated of a conversation, but when I remember, I'll ask.
Hey, do you guys want to go on executive session so I can talk about the testing, how it played out and what the problem is? Steve?
Good morning, Council and Administration. I think we need to clear the air as soon as possible.
Okay.
As soon as possible, and we need to get it dealt with, and so we can inform the public as to the results.
Sure.
For one, I'm willing to put it out there. So,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. Did you have a question?
I'll wait.
Okay. Eileen, go ahead.
I would like to go into executive because I too am asked, and if we can get this cleared up, then we can tell the public what we need to tell them. But there is some things that probably are needed to be discussed. So it would be good not to hide anything, but we just need to get this discussed and then on. Thank you.
Okay. Micah? Sure, we can do that. You take a request to have a 10-minute break before we talk about the drug testing.
Great, Council.
Right there.
Yeah, it was. It was like.
Take it, shoot.
Should you tell us the name or caller?
Take it, shoot.
Shoe break.
I just have a
where we're gonna talk about the drug testing, what had happened that day. There was a motion made by Vanessa to go to do drug testing. And, what had happened is we all went through the drug testing and, what had supposed to have happened, once that we're doing the drug testing, huh?
Switch.
I had a question. Remember, I got up, I spaced out what I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
The question I was gonna ask was regarding the, I can't remember his name, that was gonna do the investigation on the gaming commission. Whatever became of the, contract, was it signed? Does he want to meet with council to get specifics, or do we need to visit with him? I mean, is there anything in any of that lines that we need to know about?
We've been communicating with him, council. As it happened, we've been sending back and forth the contract, to make sure the language is right. The next step he needed to do was to be able to have access to information out there that he needed to do his investigation. Gaming office denied even the information. He cited someplace to quote the gaming ordinance that basically they're not going to release any of the information to him. So that's where it's at. I was going to bring that up during our casino report. Let you guys know. I was going to give you a copy of the response I got back from the gaming office. But basically they said no, they wouldn't release any of the information to him. He can't fulfill his contract unless he has access to the information to do his investigation, and that's not going to happen. So right now, they denied our request. I don't know where to go from here, but I guess I can bring that back up. Another, I don't know if you want me to pursue it any further, or how to proceed with that.
You request that information?
I did. That's who they denied. They denied me. They denied the request that I made on his behalf to release information so he can do his investigation.
Wow, that's so.
And sure.
So, I guess when it's something in that perspective, what exactly happens? I mean, if the tribe has no access to the gaming commission, how do we know that they're following the gaming laws? I mean, do we have to put trust and faith into what's going on and hope that everything is, and then our people continue to get hurt or get, put in this predicament of losing their license? I mean, there's got to be something. I mean, we're supposed to be the government here, and yet we have no authority whatsoever with this gaming commission.
I thought our resolve was to do the amendments to the gaming ordinance, and that's what we were going to hire Dana Hanna for. But meanwhile, I think we're caught in a hard spot where they have the authority to deny my request that he receive this information so he can do his investigation. But right now they denied it. It's probably about a 5-page document citing different spots, different places in the ordinance that says that they don't have to release the information. So
we did this like 3 months ago. And, when we had Mr. Hanna on the Zoom, we had that discussion with him, and so as of that date till now, we still haven't hired him to do the amendments.
no, I when I gave my report earlier, I said that I had Dana Hanna's contract ready to be approved, and I'd bring that to council today.
So can we look at that now
Sure. Well,
while we're here?
I'll see if
I mean, before we approve your report, because it's supposed to be under your report.
I'll have Eric bring the resolution in, but I don't have it on right now. I'll have to have him bring it in because he was going to bring it in earlier, but he must have forgot to run the copies off for me, so I requested it. But we can bring it back up so we can move on, and I'll I'll bring it back to the council floor, so. Lisa?
Just under your report, did you have any, conversation with Joe Enia regarding why the CEO down here for IHS report?
No, I haven't. When I called Skylar last month, to see if she was gonna come give a report, all she did was she said to tell the council that she will not come to the council anymore unless she has Joe with her. So I guess it's probably in regards to the last meeting that she had, she probably didn't like the conversation that we had with her. So,
Do you make a motion to have you sit with him on that?
sure. Well, I can just do it. I'll call him. I'll call him and I don't know why she can deny coming to the council floor for a report, but
Because I think you, especially we need to know why she don't want to come here.
okay.
Instead of saying she don't want to come here because she feels threatened, we need to know if there was in fact threats made, what her allegations are.
Okay.
Maybe you can call it today
Okay.
or tomorrow and report.
All right. As soon as our next break here, I'll try to give him a call.
Can you get it in writing?
Sure. I'll do that. Pam?
You know, I don't know if any of your council reps remember, but when this discussion came up at the last council meeting, I remember that there was instruction given to you to write a letter. I don't know if that letter's ever been done, but it all pertains to what Lisa's talking about.
I don't remember any directive to write a letter. I don't remember that. Otherwise I would have done it.
And then we were supposed to go back into having a discussion on it and having somebody get on the phone so that we can have that discussion. But that was supposed to be done at the last council meeting, but we never got to it, and then we adjourned the meeting minutes. So I think that we really need to seriously either do what we say we're gonna do or not even bring it up.
All right. Any more questions on my report? Russell?
Yeah, out of respect for our discussion here, can you kind of give the public what's going to happen with the drug testing issue?
I can. With the public, there were, last council meeting, there was a request that a motion that we, our council and officers do a drug test. So we did do that, that day, and, we got the results in. All the results will be handed over to the secretary's office, and they will be made public. So that's what we decided to do today, and that's what's going to be done. Okay. Pam and Sheriff.
Sorry, Chairman, for going back to the casino stuff, but I'd like to see a copy of whatever response was given to you from the gaming office regarding
Okay.
the request of whatever information you were requesting on behalf
Okay.
of.
I will get you a copy, Pam.
Thank you.
Sheriff.
Thank you, Itacha. I think we should take the advice of Councilman Eaglebear when he suggested that we reach out to NIGA for technical assistance. I called a few people that I know that work with NIGA, and they said that they do offer technical assistance. So maybe they could come down and give us some advice on what we need to do going forward. And also, I wanted to ask if we could talk about the 4-day work week.
I thought we decided to do that during budget and finance on Friday.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't know that was included. I thought it was just the other thing. Okay, thank you.
Jordan?
I'm not trying to beat the casino dead horse thing here, but I'm just wondering, so if they came in and did an investigation before and they were allowed to get that information, how come they're not allowing to get it now? I mean, from my understanding, they released it before, but now they're refusing to release the information. It just kind of confuses me what's the difference between then and now is.
I'm not sure what the difference is. All I know is I wrote the letter, I did the contract for Ken's Billingsley, our many wounds, and, offering him a contract to go out and do an investigation on certain persons and what had happened out there. And so he said he couldn't do anything, he couldn't fulfill the contract until, had some type of permission to be able to get access to the information that he needed out there to do the investigation. And so I wrote the letter asking them to release information to him, and they refused to do it, citing the gaming ordinance. So, and you all know who the lawyer of the gaming office is, right? Stanbin. So I'm sure that's where the letter came from. But I will get that to you, Pam. Okay? Sure.
When are we going to be able to just advertise for a GM? You know, this whole situation with the casino on both sides is really frustrating because we're the ones who are suffering financially with all this back and forth. And I'm just like honestly tired of the fighting back and forth. And I just want to see that casino start making money. Yeah, I thought so too, but I didn't know why.
I think so. I don't know, Ray. Have you guys done anything with it out there? I hate to put you on a spot, but you're on the board of directors, so.
Yeah. I thought we were waiting on that ruling that's at the court right now.
Yeah,
And he was supposed to make it before June.
yeah.
Chief Judge, but we hadn't done anything. I know we've been discussing it. We even talked about bringing in a management firm because there was other entities that were interested. Hard Rock was interested in helping with our casino. So, but we're just kind of waiting on
Yeah.
Judge Marshall's.
On a Monday, we did call, I did call Dana Hanna and asked him what the status of that case was. And he said it's sitting on the chief judge's desk right now. So he said he was going to make a ruling on it. So we'll wait and see. Hopefully it's this month. Meanwhile, the other general manager that's in question here was his contract was up in May. So he's no longer the general manager under contract at the casino. So.
Sure.
And there was also some questions about, maybe we should start thinking of another direction. Maybe we should start thinking as a council, maybe contracting our casino for other management. And that was a suggestion that was thrown out there. It doesn't sound like a bad idea, but then it needs a lot more discussion on how that would work and how it would benefit the tribal membership. We wouldn't have to worry about a general manager every 3 months. It's just something that was thrown out there one day that maybe we can kind of think about it. Maybe casino report, maybe bring it back up. Sure. Do you have another question?
I did, sorry. Regarding the casino, one last thing is, do we have to wait for that final decision before we can make a decision on if we want to move forward with a management firm? Because, that sounds like a great idea, but if we have to, what would the repercussions be if we started advertising that now? Is that case holding that up, or is the outcome of the case going to mean that we're just going to owe some sort of compensation if it ruled in the favor of the former GM?
I think that would be the case, is that we'll probably have to, and that wouldn't be on us, it would be on the gaming office. So if that ruling is in his favor and they owed some type of compensation, it would be on the gaming office, not the tribal council or the board of directors. So.
Okay, so nothing is really holding us back from moving forward now?
No.
Okay. What's that? We should. Can I make a motion to advertise that?
For contracting?
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather have the board of directors come back with, some type of discussion and recommendation, and then we can act on it.
Even if we just do an RFP,
Yeah.
just so that way we can look at all the proposals.
I'm in favor of doing it. I just think that there needs to be more discussion on it and what all it involves.
And that's why I was suggesting an RFP, because if they put in a proposal, then we can see all the options.
Okay.
But I'll withdraw.
Okay. Jordan?
I just have a request. Can we hear from Ken on the 22nd before the casino report?
Yeah, we can do that. I'll call him. We can have him on conference call or on a Zoom link. We can do that. Okay?
Make a motion for it.
Okay. Okay.
It's a motion.
Okay. Motion to hear from our consultant, Ken Many Wounds before the next, casino report, right? Okay. Second by Cher. Need a question? Pam?
Can we schedule a special council meeting to deal specifically with issues with the casino, the gaming, and this contract? I know that we have a day that's designated specifically for the casino, but it's mainly just their monthly report. And I think that before we go into looking at contracting out, I think some information needs to be given to us as far as what's the do's and the don'ts, or the pros and the cons, whatever people want to call it. And I think that we also need to kind of hear from Mr. Hanna on, what are some templates or what's out there as far as for the gaming commission, I think there needs to just be a lot of discussion that needs to happen without them bodies being here, so that we can be, upfront and be able to ask them sorts of questions. Because right now, with all the stuff that was going on, I believe a few of the council reps had gone out to California for that one, and it wasn't very pleasant with the way that they were treated out there by our own gaming commission. So I really think that these types of discussions need to happen in a private setting as far as us as a body. Just my opinion. Thank you.
Eric, did we get a resolution for Mr. Hanna's contract? Do we have one here? Does you want to deal with this before you approve my report? Okay. I'll give you one there. There was a motion on the floor to, what was the motion again? Jordan?
Come in on before the next.
Before the next meeting?
Yeah, just to
Okay.
get this.
Now a second by Cher. So we need a question. Micah, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Is she sleeping over there?
Cher?
Oh, she's sleeping?
Thank you, Itancha. I want to make a motion that this council have our attorney write a letter requesting the removal of the IHS director for her refusal to want to work with this council. That's my motion.
Motion by Cher. Draft a letter and write a letter.
I did one for a driving officer, please.
Okay. Need a second, Jordan?
Should have a resolution.
We had a resolution.
Yeah, should have a resolution. Under the specific reasons for,
Okay.
or general reason why you're questioning it, or why you want to remove.
Okay. All right. Second by Jordan. Need a question? Micah, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Russell?
I have a question on that motion, but we, draft a resolution because
Yeah, there should be.
going to have a resolution.
Yeah.
If you remember, we had to do that.
Yeah, that was part of the motion. Eric will draft the resolution. Okay. Okay, what you guys got in front of you now is contract for Dana Hanna. It was to work on, these are Indian Child Welfare Act attorney. Is this the one on his, okay, go ahead.
This one is, I forgot to bring this to your attention last month. Last month was the gaming contract, and that was approved. This is the ICWA contract that I was going to do at the same time, and it slipped my mind. That's why, if you remember, Councilman Eagle Bear caught that copy that had some ICWA stuff on it. This was supposed to be, they're supposed to be separate mailings.
So we already approved the gaming contract for him?
Gaming contract is approved. This is for ICWA.
Okay, so that's been done already, Pam, for a contract to help with the amendments. So he was asking, I called him on Monday. He said he didn't have a contract.
Yeah, well, he has one. I haven't sent this, I'm gonna send them both as soon as you approve this.
Okay.
They both start from the same date, May 1st.
Okay. Can we have somebody bring this on as emergency legislation? Lisa? Number is 171. Need a second. Pam? Question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Motion to approve.
Motion approved.
Need a second. Pam? 171.
I just have a question on this before I read it in. Where, what line item does he get paid out of? Is it out of ICWA?
I'm not sure it must be attorney line item. I mean,
Do we have, what line, you know what line item he gets paid out of? Is it ICWA?
That's the other issue. I think that probably should go back to the committee to review and make sure there's enough funds in that attorney consultant line item for next year, because what's in there, I think, according to Brenda, it's only 4 months left in this fiscal year, and that'll carry him through to the end, but there may not be enough for the whole, for next year.
We're paying like 3 or 4 attorneys out of that line item, and I know we've had to put some money back in there, so I just want to see if ICWA has enough in their budget to cover the attorney costs.
okay, do you want to add a whereas in there where the
I'll just table it until we take it back to budget and finance on Friday.
And just one further final comment, that's why I put in there that the contract is subject to availability of funding.
What line item? Is there enough in there? Does ICWA have enough to pay him? I can look, but they do have a budget.
So Eric said that he put in there the availability of funds, so.
Right, so let's say if they submit a bill, and there's not enough funds in that line item, then they'll have to wait till that issue's addressed before they get paid, even though it says they get paid monthly.
I was just informed that ICWA does have an attorney line item that has available funds, so maybe we could.
Just whereas in there that he would be paid out of ICWA fund, ICWA line item.
And then refer next year to budget finance.
Yeah, they'll have to bring that up to us, so, yeah. They can address that to us.
Can you make that amendment for us?
Well, it says
You can do it by motion.
Okay.
submission approval of the itemized bill subject to the availability of funds to be paid out of the ICWA attorney line item.
Okay. That'll work. Okay, any more discussion? Need a question?
Oh
no, go ahead. You need to read it into the record, I guess. I'm going too fast.
Who's the second?
Pam was second.
Are we voting?
Oh, go ahead.
I know. Kind of jumped ahead. I'll move to amend it and delete the third and fourth whereas. Oh, wait, no. The fourth whereas. Yeah. So then I'll start at the fifth whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, strike out the Budget and Finance Committee, recommends that the tribe enters into the Indian Child Welfare Attorney contract with Dana L. Hanna, attorney at law, to provide legal counsel and advice to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe in Indian Child Welfare Act and other legal matters as assigned. And therefore be it resolved that the Indian Child Welfare Attorney contract shall be for a term of 1 year beginning May 1st, 2022 until May 1st, 2023 at a rate of $200 per hour for court work, out-of-court work, and travel not to exceed $75,000. Covered costs shall include out-of-pocket expenses, travel costs, hotel, litigation costs, but not mileage. Payment shall be made monthly upon submission and approval of an itemized bill, subject to the availability of funds to be paid out of the ICWA attorney line item. Be it finally resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and/or his authorized delegate is authorized and directed to sign and execute the Attorney Child Welfare Attorney contract.
Discussion. Need a question? Steve, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Okay, that's it for my report. Pam, can you approve it now? Russell?
One more question.
Okay.
Falls under your supervision, but you know, we're dealing with IT, and you know, we have a proposed grant submitted. In the meantime, you have Golden West kind of, again, using the political realm. And there was just an email that just came out this morning. And I don't know if he talked to you about that, but
Yeah, we had a meeting about it this morning. It sounds like Golden West is claiming that they have a project with us going on at this time, and so they're calling the higher ups, basically saying that we don't need that grant. And so we do have a meeting set up again. It's going to be with the higher ups, and that's going to be on tomorrow. And we're going to try to get that straightened out. But I think we need to confront Golden West on the activities that they have. Well, they can hear it. I don't care if they hear it or not. They need to know that they need not to do that. So, okay.
If you want to just go on the comments.
Okay. Well, let's go off there, Calvin.
I'm gonna leave this afternoon, so you guys can keep your business.
Bring your big spatula to stir the pot up.
They scraped the bottom of the barrel and here I am. I got a couple notes that I want to mention. They have right now the deputy superintendent positions out, being advertised and will close on July 6th. The fire, over here at fire, we have an operations position that just closed today. I believe in there also there's a note regarding the safety of dams program. They've yet to turn in their semi-annual at the end of the year, last year on 2021. And Andy asked if I would make everybody sure aware that the single audit for 2021 is due on or before June 30th. That'll be the end of this month. And kind of the highlights of my notes.
Any questions for Dean?